My mic is unmuted. Cool. Hello, 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 and welcome to another one line of code. I am One Lion. I need to turn some things down. I'm trying a thing today. I'm trying to stream to the YouTubes at the same time. I'm also checking if there is some kind of echo or anything. I need to update my channels because for whatever reason it's trying to use some channel that it shouldn't. Hello, 8 bits per play. Hello, Dukesoft. You indeed were first today. Welcome in. Let's leave that. Let's go back to Restream. So the thing that I'm using Restream for is specifically to get the chat, but I don't see a way for me to choose my existing stream that's currently ongoing. So that'll make it hard for me to see any chat. And hello from YouTube to Duka 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 Duka. Settings. Hello, settings. Notifications, embed in stream. Not worried about that at the moment. Reply commands, the bot, analytics. Yeah, Discord filtering. So no, it's none of those. The thing that I really needed to do is to see my current live stream. What if I took this address into Restream edit destinations. Yeah, it wants me to create a new stream. So I'm not exactly sure how TBD Gamer has been doing it to where you can get chat, unless he's been starting his streams via Restream to YouTube. And I don't want that because then that puts the branding and all that stuff. I'll have to ask him whenever he's around. I thought it was just gonna give me the current stream that's on YouTube as an option. What if I removed and then I tried to add YouTube channel Barukuri Baru. Now, will you let me see my active live stream? Nope. Yeah, I need to ask TBD how he does it. I am live, guys. Add another channel. Like, does this count as a YouTube event? Or I wonder if this is counting as a YouTube event. Let's try that. YouTube event. My channel. Hello, Napalm. Popped in to say, hey, gotta study but lurk a bit while I eat lunch. Yes! I needed to do it as an event. Does that mean that I'm gonna have to do it every time as an event? Okay, let's do a YouTube. Wait, why isn't the bot? Why isn't the chat bot relaying now or picking up the new event? Restream chat. Still says stream not started. Let's remove. And I really don't mind updating the event every time, or starting a new event, or whatever the term is. I don't know the term. Edit you, the title. Wait, this is so weird. Remove. Let's go one more time. Una vez más. I know. I am on a different screen working in Restream, trying to get it to restream the chat from YouTube to Twitch and vice versa. And I don't know if there's a way to do that without actually using Restream as the as the thing you restream. As the thing that you started your streams from. That's what I said. Okay. Currently says .NET Live Coding Client Solutions Episode 8. I'm clicking on that. It's connecting. It's connected. Now it says 2 out of 2. Great, grand, fantastic, wonderful. And did you update my title in any way? Looks like no. Still looking good. Fantastic. All right, so restream. Yes. All right, so everything is working the way that it should. So I'm guessing that every single time that I start the stream, when I want to stream to YouTube simultaneously, I need to do the event thing every time in Restream, but not a big issue. It's a small thing to do. So we now are streaming back and forth. So let me just make sure that YouTube gets Twitch chat. Desktop. And YouTube does. Awesome. All right, so welcome and happy Monday to you. Today is a wonderful day to be a developer. I hope you're having a great day so far. I hope you had a great and wonderful weekend. Mine was pretty relaxing. I did a lot of playing around with music. So on Saturday, lies. Look. No. Man, that is a lot of lag though between the chat showing up in YouTube versus showing up in our Twitch stream. Hi Mojo. On Saturday I just played around with a song that I am not throwing together, that I am copying over from a Suno generated song, and I am adding to it. I'm almost ready to share it. I've made some pretty good progress on it. I'm starting to add some elements that I want to hear in it, and it's sounding pretty good. I'm learning quite a bit. on how to do arrangement and production and mixing and all that stuff. So tons and tons of fun. And then yesterday, I have a whole bunch of sound clips of just some karaoke stuff. And so I have voice audio clips that I was playing around with. And just chopping up and getting the vocals out of, cleaning it up. Fruity Loops has this really cool thing that's probably been there forever, but you give it a noise profile by selecting a part of your audio clip, and then it generates the noise profile. Then you apply it to the entire clip and it reduces all of the noise. Like, we have a computer that we use when we do the karaoke stuff, and it's constantly making noise, plus the air conditioning and all of that fun stuff. And it cleaned it all up, and it sounds amazing, super duper clean. Okay, so we will be hopping over to the desktop as soon as Visual Studio finishes opening. Here we go. Okay, but first, let's catch up on chat. Napalm said, still have the I am in some foreign country background. Oh, right. Speaking of, where are we? We were looking out over... Nope, wrong button. Try this one. We're looking over Hyderabad, India, in August of 2024. That is really small writing. Could have sworn that used to be bigger for me. Okay. Yes, Hyderabad or Hyderabad. Whoa, did you see that bird? India, August 2024, around 11:34 in the morning near afternoon. Okay. And then Napalm also said, we went to this cool lake, I almost read that as take, that is all dried out, usually about 50 feet deeper than it was, exposed the old bridge that was submerged in the 1940s along with the town remnants they flooded when they built the dam there. Was pretty neat. When they built the dam there. I can see the local scam center from here. That's terrible, Duke Soft. You be kind. Be mindful. The damn dam. Okay, so since the last time, since Friday, what I did this morning was I refactored the combine operation, as well as refactored some of the tests, some of the way that the test works. So I will go over that real quick just so that I know what I did. If you recall, or like if you haven't been paying attention, that's completely okay, completely valid. But if you happen to remember, I had these copy rule should, or with no transformations, should return null for the transformation result, but I was testing the field mapping when I was doing that. I had this entire arrange step that was, let's get a random, or not a random, let's get the first field mapping from my mocked up data set, load that, load a mapping of copy rule into it, and then try to apply it, as opposed to just creating a new copy rule and then trying to apply. So I was doing an integration test for field mapping is what I realized. And I was like, wait a minute, that's not how you do a unit test. So what I ended up doing is starting on the field mapping tests, and I moved those tests into it by simply saying, when you're creating a new instance of this class, we are going to get the field mapping itself like I was doing before, the import row, which is the first row of the data set, to use when testing that field mapping, and then do the actual field mapping itself, which is the field mapping that has a mapping rule base, but no field transform should return null. So this is essentially the same thing that I had before. Copy rule, no field transform should return null. but in this case, it's just a method. Not the death trains. What is a death train? Oh dear. Explain yourself. We have no death trains here. We only have life trains and stuff. Okay. Oh, dot for yeah, yeah. So if you had been seeing the previous if one wagon falls, the train dies. Yeah, so if you've seen the previous streams, then this is just a test library here. I don't chain off of first. Like most of the time, if I'm doing anything, it's a first or default, and then I check if null, then do some special stuff. But this is a testing library for my main stuff, and I'm setting up the import data objects. So this data file object and data mappings, I know that they have values. So I'm guaranteeing in this case that none of these will fail. But I wouldn't do this in production code. Oh, oh, my hair is gone. So, okay, are you gonna be out of my face? Do I need to put a headband on? I don't even know if my headband is down here. It is. Okay, I might put my headband on in a short bit, depending on if my hair wants to keep falling in my face. Okay, so anyway, that way now I can test any of the new mapping rules with no field transformations, with a single field transformation, etc., etc. Best code to get viewers to leave a message. Let me just show you this massive expression chain. Might be a problem in long term because something might change in the train or its items, but just to mention. Yeah, so again, for this, I doubt it will. And even if it does, then my test would need to be updated anyway. I do have an inkling based off of feedback already that this isn't really the best way to mock data for tests, but I really, really want to get this done. So for those of you that are new here, I am streaming my work product. This is part of my workday, and I am doing this work for a client, and I really, really, really want to get this done for them. As soon as possible. I learned about their need in September, early September. They needed it by October. It is now the beginning of November, and I'm still working on it. But I think that I'm on the last part of it, so we should be good. I did decide to switch over to writing tests to implement this last bit of it. Because the last part of it, I was pretty confused on the direction I was trying to go. The library that I'm writing is a utility library for changing an imported file's data into a C# class. That's the short of it. So you drag and drop a file of Excel or CSV, it reads it and transforms it to your target class that you specify as a developer who's using this library. And the intent is that we're going to use this on arbitrary data that we get back from labs to turn it into an object that will ultimately be dumped into our database. And you will hear me go back and forth between saying data and data because the way that I prefer to say it is data, and it kept getting pointed out that most people say data, and now I'm just confusing myself and saying both interchangeably. Kind of like saying GIF and GIF. I don't really care what the right way is. You know what I'm talking about. But anyway, I do appreciate the follow, by the way. Thank you so much. Hope your day is going fantastic. Okay, so we are here in this combined fields rule. Actually, I am done with the combined fields rule. The combined fields rule is essentially the interpolate operation that you can do on a single field. And so that got me to think, am I really just needing to make a combine fields operation instead of a combine fields rule? And if I do that, how do I represent that in the UI? Like, I really am thinking about that too. I hope to. I need to consider the UI because I will be making the UI immediately after this. So I am kind of designing the library around the UI that I want at the same time, especially since this library, I'm going to open source it. This library is just the utility class library, but I'm also going to provide some basic components that you can just put into your code so that you get all of the functionality working together the intended way, and you don't have to worry about trying to figure out how to pass data back and forth. One thing that I want to leverage more is a state class that will maintain the state of your current import operation. And that way, or state service, one of them, that way you only have to be concerned with calling methods in your state when you're updating the UI, if you're going to create your own UI around it, if you aren't going to use the Blazor components. Okay. That said, don't need that. We are in, yeah, I need to track where we are. We are trying to figure out whether I'm just going to use the interpolate rule and allow it to be done on multiple transform results, or have this mapping rule. So instead of just one singular transform result, this would keep its own list of field mapping. So this field mapping object is the one that says, for this destination field, where are you getting the data from for a given record? And so the chosen property, the chosen field, I mean, it's kind of already set up to where you can choose different fields using field transformation. Hello, Craptine. How have you been? I'm doing fantastic. I am taking a quick pause mentally to consider whether we are going to just use this list of field transformations in the field mapping object, or if I'm going to add a list of field mappings. This would actually be a list of transformation operations, though. Right. Okay. So the issue with using a list of transformation operations only is that the transformation operations in a field mapping will apply in the order that you added them to the list. So we'll get back an array, essentially, of the results of applying the field transformations in order for the ones that actually have a transformation. So it's not like, oh man, how do I actually describe this? Um, the way that I'm picturing it is you have a set of transformations that are done on one field, and then you have a set of transformations that are done on another field, and as many as you want. So in the end, you have an IEnumerable of transformation results that are done from all of the transformations, individual transformation chains. With that, your mapping rule is the thing that says copy the value, which will only get the first one, the result of the first transformation, or combine the values using string interpolation. And I kind of don't like that anymore. I really do think that this should be a step inside of the transformations. But if these are going to be applied in order, thank you for the snubble. It would be worth it if this was an application that was utilized. Well, sorry, the library itself would need that, but that's up to the developer to set. So the library itself is going to be agnostic as far as culture info. It's just going to provide the methods. I do have English phrases for these, but these are overwritable. But as far as for the work product goes, it's only going to be used here on site. So I know the audience that's going to be using it. I just suffered a lot from culture bugs. Yeah, I did too when I was working on the other application, the one that was actually international. But I won't have that issue here. Okay, I'm kind of... Oh. I'm concerned about doing another massive restructure since I haven't really been planning all that well. I am considering... What am I considering? I am considering a thing. And if you can guess what it is, you are a genius. I am considering changing this culture, or this culture, now I'm saying culture, combined fields rule and turning it into a combined fields operation. So what would that look like? That'd be a value transformation operation. Don't change culture, change history, obviously. Combined fields operation. This is going to be a value transform base, because base is the future. Partial, that way it can be overridden. And this is going to be a get. Oh, come on. Equals some string. You're going to be combine fields, and the description is going to be combines the transformed values of multiple fields into a single. Yes, that's exactly what we're doing. Okay, and then we're going to write some tests before implementing this. That was right. Dang it. Inherit doc. Oh, I feel so weird doing it this way. Parrot dog. I have so much anxiety over doing this, but it's going to be good. It's going to be very good. The extension methods, thank you. Public static class, thank you. Okay, and then this is going to be our method that we're going to implement. This is going to follow the same pattern. So I don't really know how to do this in a non-copy pasta kind of way. I kind of wanted it to be like you provide the method, I guess, the method delegate for doing apply. But it's pretty much the same. Oh, I shouldn't have taken it from copy. I should have taken it from interpolate. It's the same pattern of surround it in a try catch. If it fails, then return a failure result. So a result with the error message. Which I guess this could be an exception. It's just, if this is ever going to be done in a way that it needs to get serialized, then sometimes exceptions don't serialize very well. Yeah, we can decide on that later. Okay, combined fields operation is going to do this, but combined fields. And the reason that I was doing... Wait, are you nullable? You are nullable. The reason that I was doing the... Yep, lost my train of thought. The reason that I was doing this as a static method is where I'm defining the logic is so that I could chain transformation result dot combine fields dot whatever, because I was having some kind of vision in my head for being able to and I am dropping my thoughts like water, trying to hold my thoughts in my hand like they're like water. I wanted to be able to construct a syntax essentially and then have it run as C# within the rule engine itself. That way we can validate that it's valid syntax. We can validate that oh, and then we can just run it and evaluate it using the C# runtime. And I have all that set up. It's just I wasn't considering the fact that we were needing to do other weird things like take the result of this and do an if statement on that. And if the value is greater than something, then divide by 1,000 if it's less than something else, or the unit of measure is something. So I was like, that's not going to work because I'm not going to generate that syntax. And the user is not going to be expected to know how to write that syntax. They shouldn't need to learn how to do C#. The end user, not the developer, obviously. Okay. So combined fields operation, let's write a test for it. Anna Sass Dev, thank you so much for the raid. Hello, welcome in. Hopefully none of you are getting any commercials because pre-rolls are disabled currently. Duckies have arrived, but this ducky has to rush to class. Do your best, get 100 on your test, enjoy your day. Thank you so much for the raid. So if any of you have not experienced an Anna SAS Dev stream, you definitely need to get over there. I have a blurb for what she does on her stream, because remembering things is hard. Here's my, well, has it already shown? Has it already popped up? It's in my list of rolling shoutouts and rolling messages. But yeah, thank you for coming. Thank you for hanging out for the 20 seconds or however long. Do your class stuff and don't let me hold you up. Where do I have it? Where do I have it? Oh my gosh, I can't find your shout out. Here it is. Okay, here's the information. That works too. The one from Duka 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 Duka. It grabs the about from the user's pages. But this is what I wrote. So check her out. She is doing a game engine. She's doing Twitch bot stuff. Just everything. Just all the things. 40 seconds, but we'll lurk. For anyone that's new here, I am One Lion. I am doing my day job, working on client work, game engine, Twitch stuff, web dev, all the chaos. Exactly. I have been working on this data import utility, which is you select an Excel or CSV file, turn it into a C# object within your application, and yeah. These are going to be the same tests that I have already written here. Except that instead of combine fields rule, it's going to be called combine operations rule. And the cool thing is that it should look the same. Combine operations rule. Combine fields rule versus combine fields operation. Is that not what I called it? Hello, combine fields operation. Oh, namespace. 8-Bit says to Hannah, can I trade you? I've been at GitHub Actions for like the 6 days now. Lols. Oh my gosh. So many hiccups. This is called Operation Detail. I'm going to rename you to Operation Detail. I'm sure I have you in more than one place. Operation. I don't know what happened there. There is no mapping rule. Oh. Combine fields operation. And what did I call it in the other ones? Operation lowercase. So instead of mapping rule, these are operations. Dot apply. Okay, so we should be at a point where these tests fail. The application is, oh man, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be a very, very interesting one. Tests. Show me failures. 8-Bit says Unity added a new build profile system in Unity 6. We've been working on getting an automatic build that reads each profile, then builds it. Basically, auto builds for all supported platforms. Awesome. So that was the Maui-ish style thing. That is so cool. If you have not seen an 8-Bits per play stream either, definitely worth checking out. He works, as you can tell, in latest Unity technology. Mostly, and not mostly, he does a lot of it using his own 2D game that he's also working on. It was something that you didn't even show off on stream. Yeah, I started lurking at 3:30 my time because that's the time that that's the time that I end my workday. I was going to say get off work. That's why the air quotes. But even then, Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, actually, for the most part, I end my workday at 1:30 p.m. my time, since I start at 4:30 a.m. and then I take an hour break. But Fridays, that's what it was. Fridays, since we do the 2-hour community day stream, I do end my workday at 3:30, so, or 15:30 or whatever. The e.8 says, usually on streams I enjoy self-learning time. Granted, that means I fumble and can get stuck easily, but it's worth it. And it's really cool to see. How can you join? You have joined. So I'm not exactly sure what you mean. You're here. That means that you can join. Unless you're talking about join in the project. In which case, I don't know that you can. Because this is my work product. I get paid to do this. Oh my gosh. Okay, we have some failed tests, which I was expecting. So now we need to implement this. To implement my vision of what a combined fields operation looks like, irrespective of what the UI looks like, which my brain wants to latch onto, it's like, how am I gonna let me show this real quick, because this is why I am having so much trouble continuing in this direction. And it's because I made the mistake of thinking that this was going to be a fairly straightforward library to implement. I mean, you're reading an Excel or CSV file, getting the data from it into a data set with 0 or more data tables, and then turning the data table records into your target object. But then we have to map from the imported fields to your destination object property. And then during that, another thing that came up, another requirement that came up, is that they need to be able to transform the value. So let's say we have a field that has a dash value, and the first half of that before the dash goes into one field, the second half of that after the dash goes into another field. So they want to be able to transform not just the values before they get dumped into the destination, but be able to transform one field into multiple destination fields, as well as multiple destination fields into from one, wait, something, whatever the opposite of that is. Opposite, the partner of that. Okay, so anyway, point is that I was creating UI to test the logic as I was building the library. Because of that, I fell into the trap of, here is this UI that I created. It's pretty complete as far as the original functionality goes. I'm trying to find the data. That's why I'm pausing for a half second. Renee. Projects. New lab data process. I really do need to add a command for if you're interested in finding out about the place that I work at, because it's a really interesting history story for the Rocky Mountain Arsenal, which is now the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge. Yeah, if you ever feel like Googling it, feel free to. Okay, so here we have our imported data. I picked a file, drag and dropped it in. You could click to pick if you wanted to. It's just I don't feel like changing my folders around and needing to come back to Project Thumbs when I'm ready to upload my VODs to YouTube and replace them, give them descriptions. So anyway, I drag and drop because lazy. Then I have this UI where I'm showing all of the, so this can be whatever class you choose. The class that I chose happens to have these properties. So if I chose this, ow, that was loud. Mobile Studio, I need to turn you down. I was thinking that you can have certain mapping types where if you need multiple columns from here combined in a certain way to output into here. So for example, what do we keep going to? The lab analysis number is generated by the lab sample ID transformed to where we are taking the regular expression match all numeric groups, interpolating them together and taking only the first two from this group. And so this is what the lab analysis number should be. But then the analysis number itself should be the last number that appears. So this will be another regular expression, matching all numeric values, and give me the last. And if I did put an invalid placeholder, so like I want the UI to present to the user the placeholder so that they don't need to know this syntax of $ curly brace and then the number. But if I did choose a placeholder that doesn't exist, then it'll just put out the value as a literal string. So the overall output of this one is going to be just the number that appears last. And you can see that that happens regardless of whether there are characters that start that field or not. And then you can click on these. So that handles a single field output where my destination field is going to be populated by transforming the value of a source field. Now I need a way to say if result. Okay, let's say that I had a field that was a combination of the result and the unit. And let's say that that is, which we don't have one, but let's say that that is the none of these are string fields. Oh my gosh. It doesn't matter. This is the problem with working with data that looks too much like the destination data. Is I'm trying to find a field that I could logically, or that does actually fit this description of, it's a field that is a string that would consist of a number and a unit. But I need a way, in short, I need a way to be able to say that I need to combine the result and the unit values, where if the unit is in nanograms, I need to convert it to, or I need to convert whatever the unit is to milligrams per liter, which means that I'm also going to have to do math on the number based on the current unit for that value. Yeah, this is going to be so fun. So much fun. So that's what the combined fields is intended to do. But if you see here, I don't have a way to copy values and pick more than one field. And then within here, choose the combined fields operation and say, okay, I want all of these fields now that I didn't pick from here. So I was thinking that needed to be a combine rule instead of a combine operation, where the combine rule says, give me, choose all of your fields, choose all of the transformations for your fields, and then give me the description of how to combine those values. So just checking, you want to be able to have an input field take in a value that has a unit that can be mixed like meters, liters, or anything else. Even one step up from that, where we're not looking at the data itself, we're looking at ways that you can combine values from a source to dump into a destination. And that would be some kind of conditional statement that says if some value in this row, in the row that we're looking at, is something, then do this to this other field. So yes, in the example that I gave, it would be look at the unit of measure, and if that is milligram, then output the result, which would end up going in the volume field. Output the result as 2.5 converted to milligrams from this unit, or milligrams per liter. But that could be anything. That could be if the method matrix is water, then the analysis method needs to be W underscore and then the analysis method. Or if it's water, then we need to make sure that the volume is populated or that the basis is wet. Or yeah, if this is spike, here's a good one. Well, no, because that one's just a lookup from one field. Yeah, it's just hard to give all of the scenarios. But basically, this should be agnostic of the type of data coming in. Right now, we are looking at lab data, but this could be any structured, to where it has columns and rows of data from an Excel workbook or a CSV. And this could be any arbitrary C# object that you created or that comes with the library even, that you want to map this data from. Or map the data to from here. Word. Oh gosh. Let's see. How about this instead then? We still keep copy and ignore. So what ignore does is it just gets rid of your ability to select a field. If either the mapping type is ignore or the source field is null, then it will ignore outputting to this property. So what we could do is keep those two, but then by that point, since it's only two, we don't need a third. But anyway, let's just say we keep those two, get rid of combined fields. Then we could have select a field, custom, and then the list of all of the fields we got from the imported data. In which case we would still be able to click on edit. But I don't even know what that UI would look like. I mean, we kind of talked about it to where you have each of the source fields in a tab or something, and then the actual way that you're going to combine their results below. which, oh my gosh. 8-Bit says, reminds me of a situation I ran into with custom stat systems. I ended up using a broker chain principle for it. Basically, you have the actual data objects and a mediator object that handles the resolution of those values. The mediator takes whatever fields in your case and meshes them together. The actual fields are just C# objects with a variable called value. Yes. And that is essentially what I'm doing, but I need to be able to transform the values before dumping them into the destination. So for lab analysis number, I need to transform lab sample ID to extract only the first two groups of numbers and combine them with a dash. For the analysis number, I need to extract the groups of numbers and take the last number as the output. For the corrected and uncorrected mantissa, I need to find out if they are greater than 10, and if they are, divide by 10 to the power of however much greater they are, and put that, whatever the however much greater than 10 they are, number in the exponent column. So I need to do a calculation on the mantissa and to get the exponent. The mediator class has a collection of the fields you want to combine. The mediator class has a method that uses generics where generic t-value type is set to an interface that all fields implement. The interface for your case would be a value and value type for what units it uses. This way the mediator class can use and combine, or any combination of values and value types. Yes, which is cool. And I do understand that, but I still think that it's missing part of the transformation process that needs to be done. Because I'm not working only with numeric units. I'm also needing advanced cases like, if it is this, then do that with some other field. So the main things are: take an imported value, transform it in some way, which could be a substring, a regex match, an interpolation of that value with something else, or if you've gotten back a collection of strings from one of your previous operations, an interpolation of those strings. What else was there? Did I already say a calculation? A calculation on the field's value based off of another field or based off of its own value. A lookup of the value that's in that field, or a transformation of that value. So here I would only extract the first character, and then I would look that up and then find out what the code for water is in our system for the matrix, and make a lookup table of W, give me back L2, B8, 49, whatever. I don't know what it is. So all of those, substring, matching, probably trimming could go in there, interpolating values, combining multiple fields into one value. And just to show an example of the crosswalk for this file specifically, they didn't give me all of the details that I needed in order to be able to create this, but this is our destination object, which is a chemrec object that's going to be dumped into our database. This is the source file that I already showed what that looks like here. And then these are how the fields from that imported file are going to map to the destination file, where the lab sample ID outputs to the lab analysis number and the analysis number file. The matrix goes into meth matrix, but if we look at that in the database, it doesn't say water, soil, whatever. It has a code that is used to represent those. Sample date, make sure that's formatted correctly, percent moisture, analysis method number. The dilution factor goes into the dilution mantissa and dilution exponent. Analysis day, obvious, analyte, obvious. Same thing with result, goes into corrected mantissa and corrected exponent. Unit of measure, which might need to be transformed to milligrams, which means we need to transform the result when outputting it, but we definitely need to get the times 10 to the corrected exponent. Data qual also has a lookup table. High limit would be from a lookup into the EPA methods table. So even better. Oh yeah, the only thing I can think of is the iConvertible interface to handle the transform for your cases or create a custom two-string override with an implicit operator from data value to value, but I don't think that would reach all of your cases with string versus substring unless you use spans for your substrings, etc. So yeah, that's why I'm taking this approach, and I think it's a good approach. There are just two main elements to it. There is the mapping rule, which I'm thinking we don't even need a mapping rule if I'm just going to either ignore it or copy. Because combined fields is the one that's going to give us the UI for picking multiple fields. But if we make that an operation, then that operation is the one that is going to be the one that has the tabbed fields, and then yes, that's how that's going to work. So I'm good with that. There are probably other mapping rules that I'm not thinking of that don't have to do with transforming the value. But for now, I think we are going to go with, let's get rid of the mapping rule itself. And then the second thing are the transformations that you can do. And that's all handled in one object called a field mapping. The field mapping has multiple transformations. Each of those transformations has a transformation type and their actual, the way to transform that field. The field that you're going to transform, then the way to transform the value from that field. Oh, yes, we're doing that. So combined fields is going to have a sublist of field mapping. I'm happy with that. We're going to do that. Crap, but then what is the operation going to look like? These are all going to be stored in a database too in our implementation of this, so I need to keep that in mind. There's going to be a lot of reference loop handling that I'm going to need to take care of, because I think every value transformation base knows its parent transform field transform. No, each field transform knows its import file. Oh, and you, dearest friend, need a comment as well. Okay, so we're going to specify even more field mappings. Not field mappings. Is it going to be field mappings? Why do I keep thinking it's going to be a field mapping? They're all going to be output to the same field. It's the... I need a group of field transformations that are going to be done. So it's not going to be a list. No. I mean, I hope that the man, I don't know how to say that. So I really love rain, thunderstorms, and all that. I used to live in Kansas for a really long time. Went through a whole bunch of pretty heavy storms, and I love them. But I hope it's not like detrimental. That it doesn't break things. Duh! A field transformation has the field itself and a list of value transformations. Duh. Okay, so I'm going to pick a field and then add a whole bunch of value transformations to it. Pick another field, add a whole bunch of transformations to it. Combine those two using the combine rule. Oh, there we go. Rain just clicked. Thank goodness. All right, that means that you are going to take the field mappings and we're going to add the parameter so that you get field mappings. Ooh, I'm still using wrap. Oh, itchy. Okay, all right, one step closer. We're going to define a whole bunch of field mappings. Then what we're going to do with those field mappings is apply their individual results. Okay. So here's another consideration. The value that gets sent into the combined fields operation, into any operation, is the result of the previous operation. The issue is that each field starts with its own value. e.8 says, I used to live in Branson, Missouri, and watch tornadoes on my porch from a nice safe distance. The town I live in now straight up got annihilated by a flood, though a couple years ago. We have tanks and military building facilities here, and the flood literally made tanks float down the streets. Do you live close to Fort Leonard Wood now? Lovely times. If you ever want to see what my weather looks like, look up West Plains, Missouri floods. I used to live in Lakeway, and then just before that, Lebanon, and it's all close to Waynesville, St. Robert area, which kind of sounds like it's close to where you currently live. Or do you live up north close to St. Louis? As if I'm gonna know any places anyway. Yep, I had to go there for business work years ago. Yep, I used to live in Lebanon in 2009 through 2011, I think. And yes, for those of you reading, it does say Lebanon, but the way that it's pronounced in Missouri is Lebanon. Lebnin. So I used to live within like an hour of you. Yeah, I used to work at Fort Leonard Wood as a human resources specialist after I graduated from college. Back in the day. Okay. Combined fields operation. How am I going to get the value of each import field descriptor of each of the fields, the starting value for the transformation? Hello, Black Arrow. What is going on? Used to have to go back and forth between the ACS fort a bit near Grant Pool. Yeah, like I said, I wouldn't know any place outside of the places that I lived and the place that I worked. And when I say the places that I lived, I literally mean the house, the city. Gosh, how do I say that? The house that I lived in, I only know the city name and maybe a few places to eat around it that were close by. And then the place that I worked. And then everything else was like, I don't know anything else around this area because I don't go anywhere. Black Arrow says just making a game an extra. I want to show you or ask you something. Feel free to ask. Yeah, I don't really go out much. The ACS fort is the South Depot region of Fort Leavenworth. Okay, so you went northwest to go to where you needed to go. Okay. Rain. This is gonna work. This is gonna be great. The thing that I don't know how to do is get the initial values for the fields that are being transformed. Unless so that's not a topic I would like to discuss here. I'm going to go ahead and delete the comment. I won't ban you or time you out because you didn't know, or maybe you do know and you're just wanting to press your luck. But that's not a topic that I really want to discuss on this channel. There are different places that you can discuss that, and it's not a bad topic or anything, but just not here. That's a one. That's all. Cool. Well, now you do. So your choice on what to do with that information, but know that it will be a ban if you continue with it, not a timeout. Okay. So, how to get the original values for each of the transforms. I don't know. And why are you called field mappings? You're called field transforms. Field transforms. If I require the man, that's going to be hard to do. Naming is hard. But hi, President, not sure. I hope you're doing well. It's going to be really hard to figure out how to provide that. So imagine this, if you can. You're here. You only have the one UI, so we get rid of this column. You're just picking a field. You click on custom, you go to edit, and you are combining fields now. So your very first rule is combine fields. That's what comes up when you choose custom. That means we don't have any values yet until you choose a field Hello, Big Gamey. Thank you so much for continually testing out the archery game and making sure that it works every time. And there you go, a Big Gamey shot. I'm telling you, these things should be named. High angle, stayed in the air for a long time, hit it on the first try. My archery is better than my day, so there's that. Aw. Well, I'll send you some love. Man, how do we do that? Each rule would need to get the current transformed value, because what happens later if one of the things you do is you choose calculate from that field and then you choose combine fields? Maybe that's just not something that happens. Maybe combine fields has to be the first rule. But I still don't know how to get the values for each of the fields you're using. And 0 out of 67 possible points. Now you're just thank you for testing the bot's ability to give you the accurate information. You can make a max score of 100 before bonuses, plus bonuses up to, I think it was 3 points per second that the arrow is in the air or something like that. Oh. Did I score 0 if 2 arrows hit the target? It's like you're not really paying attention. Oh, I apologize for the confusion. It seems there was a misunderstanding with the scoring system. You actually scored 0 out of 67 possible points because the arrow missed the target. Apparently math is hard. And that's the thing. The bot doesn't need to do the math. I provide all of the information to the bot. What I probably need to do is provide the information in a CSV format and say summarize this table. No, that's actually not that bad of an idea. I'm gonna write that down. We'll try that on Friday. For the archery bot, provide the data in a table / CSV and tell it to summarize it. Okay, that'll probably give us some better stuff. Make sure to add field mapping to the CSV and for Ashu. Listen here. Yeah, man, this sucks. Like, the thing that I'm tempted to do is say that the value on this transformation result needs to be a collection of values that matches the number of transformations. Let's do that. Let's just see what that looks like. Var individual results equals result dot value. How am I doing it on interpolate? This. Listen here, sir. Sorry, I did not mean to assume. Okay. So value must not be null. We know that much. Or it can be. Can the value be null in this one? Gosh, I don't know. Okay, we can definitely steal this part. So the operation detail is going to be the interpolation pattern for combined fields. The value to use is if the result that we got in is a JSON array, then we deserialize it to a string array. Otherwise, if it's a single value, then we'll make a string array with that one value in it, and that value is nullable. But in this case, I don't know why I am checking or indicating that the value. Oh, yes, I do. Okay. So if it is a JSON array, one of the things that this extension method checks for me is that the value is not null. Oh, the value is not null, which means that the result object itself is not null, and the result.value is not null. So that's why I can confidently use the null forgiveness operator. But if it is not a JSON array, then value could potentially be null. Okay, brain's got it. Keeping up. Nice. Oh my gosh. That looks like it's right in the middle, but who knows what automated ROMs is going to tell you. I guess that's one of the joys of using an LLM to give you the results. I guess. Okay. I need to take a quick break. So I'm going to do the weird commercial thing to turn off pre-rolls, but I need to refill my water bottles and, the other stuff. So I'll be right back. Okay? Okay. Enjoy this mini break. Okay. All right. Is the ad over? 15 seconds. I really need something more interesting for this scene, don't I? Oh yeah, we get jokes. We get jokes. Okay, commercial over. So we got 2 jokes for the price of 1. The other bot, the one that's not very cool, although it's amazing at what it does, just terrible at jokes, said, or gave us a joke that says, "I dreamed about drowning in an ocean made out of orange soda last night. It took me a while to work out it was just a fantasy." And the real joke from the Dukabot, "Somebody stole my Microsoft Office and they're going to pay. You have my word." Yeah, that one's funnier. That one's funnier. And we get 2 more jokes for the price of none. Thank you, BitGamey. And don't call me Shirley. Otherbot says, and the reason that I say Otherbot is because I have one of those iOS devices that listens to that word, and even though I'm saying Otherbot's name, it thinks that I'm saying its name. So yeah, I don't say it out loud. So anyway, Otherbot says, "My boss told me to have a good day, so I went home." Again, a miss. And now the real bot, the Dukabot, says, "What creature is smarter than a talking parrot? A spelling bee." Thank you, Automated Realms, for the best joke of the night, of the day. So Big Amy asks Automated Realms, "What creature is smarter than a talking parrot?" Automated Realms says, "Hey, Big Gamey, it looks like you're up now. To shoot, simply type !shoot." Automated Realms, are you sure that was the right response? Yeah, you better. Okay, so stepping away was good for me. This is one of those things that you don't really get to see, but I do talk about a lot, where because of the way that I do my water breaks and stuff, the water kind of forces me to take a break, step away from the code, even if I'm in the middle of implementing something. But that also allows my brain to like process and catch up. So while I was getting my water refilled, yay, I realized that this is going to be the approach that we take, which is that I'm going to require the values in this transformation result getting passed into a combined fields operation to be an array. And that number of arrays must match the number of transformations, so that each value gets supplied to the transformations themselves. Poop. There is something else that I forgot. Dang it. Why, brain? So I've also processed and remembered something else. There's no way for me to do multiple transformations on each field. Yes, there is. What am I thinking? Yes, there is. Oh my gosh, I need to keep track of this hierarchy. So a field transformation is one field, multiple value transformations. Okay, and in a copy operation, that was constrained to only having one field transformation, this entire screen here, and multiple value transformations. Oh, goodness gracious. I'll get it right someday. So what we're going to do for this one in the UI when we get to it is when combine fields is picked, we'll have another configure button here that will open essentially another one of these windows where you are picking each field and their set of value transformations. The detail here is once you get all of those transformations done, what is it going to look like in the end? Okay. Good. So one of the things that I said is that we now must have the same number of input values as we do field transformations, and our assumption is going to be that the order of these values is going to correspond with the order of the field transformations. Oh, hi TBD. Hope you are doing well. I hope you're having a fantastic day. I hope your meetings weren't too annoying. And if you weren't at meetings, that you were able to just take a nice break. You've been working hard on the deployment process. So TBD Gamer is a software development streamer as well. He's working on an application called Liquid Sky. Again, I'm just going to copy pasta my predefined blurb if it hasn't already passed by recently. Dude, I gotta get to that screen now. So this tells you about Liquid Sky, but lately on his stream, he's been working on setting up a deployment using quite a few technologies, as always. But I believe he's taking an infrastructure as code approach and just running into a whole bunch of issues. Okay. Hey, can I pick the thumbnail that this thing is going to use now? That would be awesome. I think I can. Okay, I'm going to create the thumbnail real quick for the video because I'm doing I'm doing the streaming to YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So that by the end of the stream, we're going to have the VOD on Twitch and the VOD on YouTube, and it's already configured for everything to output where it's supposed to, and I don't have to take time after the stream doing this. So I need photos. Photoshop. Loading. Issues, the normal event of dev lives. Oh, come on, just open. Thank you. Was that so hard? Yes, obviously. Wow. So Photoshop really has a lot of issues opening when while streaming. I've decided DevOps is hard because the people who do it don't want developers messing with their stuff. Agreed. Yeah, we'll do that. So I don't want it to error on result.value or the deserialization of result.value being null. I want it to error on the lengths not being the same. Okay, so if the values are not the same, we're going to return result with error message. The number of values to combine does not match the number of field mappings. I like that. We're going to turn this into a const. Introduce constant. And this is going to be value count transformation. Value transformation count mismatch message. Yeah. And the reason I'm doing this is because when I'm writing the test, I want it to give me the same string. And if I change what the string looks like here, I just want it to show up correctly. Oh, hiccups. So you need to be public. You need a comment. And the reason that it's requiring me, not requiring me, but giving me green squigglies when I don't give it a comment is because I have generate XML documentation turned on, or generate documentation on build, whatever it's called. It's probably in my directory.build.props. Yeah, generate documentation file turned on, so that when I do open source this library, it'll have the XML comments in documentation form. Dukasoft says they can do their DevOps. I can do my programming stuff. Thanks. I can do all of it. That's just another one of those things, though, where it feels like you should be able to have a system that makes it easier for you to do the DevOps portion as a developer. But what about when worlds collide? Ask TBD. And Dukasoft says, they never collide for me. That sounds like a you problem. You can always quit, was Dukasoft's response. You can always quit working on your personal project that you want to make a real application someday. So encouraging, Dukasoft. Probably said with love, probably not. Come on. Save. Save. Cool. Thumbnail done. Okay, we'll do come tomorrow gaming streams. Good luck with that. And as you saw, Dukasoft shouted out NoDocs, which is the plugin that you see active here, where all of my values are being masked in this XML file. It works in XML and JSON within Visual Studio. He hasn't made a writer plugin version of it, but Thindle has created this really helpful, really thoughtful extension for developers who need to present and don't want to share their secrets accidentally. Okay, so we are going to throw the error that results with a different, that if we provide a different number of in parameters of in values, then we do then we do transformation mappings, field transformations, then why are you still called field mappings? Field transforms. Then we're going to throw an error. Transforms. Okay. Now we need our actual transforms to be transformation results that we can fill into the the actual field transforms themselves. So what this should give us is an array or an IEnumerable of field transformations. Well, I guess here we're going to list. So a list of field of transformation results. No. Oh, you're doing that wrong. Field.apply transformation on the input value. And I don't, oh, we need the data row. Hey, interpolate, how do you work? Yeah, we apply it to a transformation result. So we need to do a, I don't really care about the index, do I? Because I'm not doing these simultaneously. So we're going to apply to, no, just apply. Why aren't you giving me regular apply? You're a value transformation base, right? No, it's a field transformation. Oh, crap. We can apply it to a single transformation result. Oh, thank goodness. So what we're going to do is apply transformation to a single result, and that result will be from oh, wait, we do need index then. Oops. Will be from transformation result dot success with our original value, which is going to be our values to use at index and our current value to be the same values to use at index. At insufficient execution stack exception. That's exactly what I meant to put there. How did you know? And yes, why are you so mean, automated ROMs? You're supposed to be loving and spreading the love. You are an asynchronous method, aren't you? And if I run you asynchronously, you might get out of order, and I don't want you to get out of order. So I'm going to make this async await. And why are you still angry? We should be able to apply transformations to a transformation result. Didn't we just see that overload? Public apply transformation within a field transformation to a transformation result. Field is a field transformation, apply transformation to, does anyone see my mistake?
It's over 9,000!
Is that what my mistake is? You're welcome. Yeah, so it's not, oh. Plurality. Plurality. Okay, so let's just make sure that this thing is giving us, yeah, the result for this field's transformations. Good. Oh my goodness. Okay, so this gives us our list. Since we aren't taking them as an IEnumerable, apparently we are to listing them immediately. Gosh, but how do I know that these are in the right order? I want to be safe and make sure that we do get these in the right order. So I'm going to give us a tuple back. So what we should get back is a tuple of int list of transformation, regular int and regular transformation result. And so, wait, no, we should be getting back a list of those. Oh, which we are. Okay. Next, we're going to apply all of those in order. Oh, that's a good thought. Dagnabbit. That's a really good thought. I need to check to see if any of them were in error. Oof. Thank you, Copilot. Is the syntax for this the colon syntax then? Or is it just that index was a reserved word? It's colon syntax. So if any of them was error, did I spell it wrong? Why are you giving me a task for a transformation result when I'm awaiting it? This doesn't make sense to do it this way. So we're returning a tuple with index and the list, no, not even there. Sorry, list not there. This goes down here. Nope, you go with you. So this is for success. This is for apply transformations. This is for the tuple. This is for the method, for the select. So why isn't transformation result, which it does say that it is a transformation result, why down here is it saying that transformation result is a task? Or I keep saying transformation result, but an individual item in this list of field values. Because this is a list of task of. Why are you a list of task of? Okay, we're fixing this. This needs to be async task of, which is not good because this is, oh, no. I'll fix that in a second. We'll keep this a task of for now. And I actually want to hydrate this list, and we're going to do it in an order safe way. So to do that, we're going to wait for the copy process to catch up so that I can move arrows. There we go. Okay, var field values is going to be a new list of field transformations. Nope, transformation result. Stop confusing me. You were helpful earlier. You're not being helpful now. Then for each var curve field, actually we'll do field just so I can copy pasta and field transform, or I don't need to copy pasta. Oops. All right, and we're doing the test here for was error. This thing really wanted me to put is error. Be not was error. Was failure. You are nullable, apparently. We are not going to return field result. We're going to return result with error. So the original result that we got in with an error message of, did I make any error messages for an aggregate? I think I'm gonna create a new const for aggregate error message. I have to ask, what is transformation result success value doing? I will tell you in 2 seconds. Has been 2 seconds. Okay, so I'm just using that method because I created it. I probably should rename it to something else, but transformation.success is a static method that gives me back a new transformation result with the value that I pass in as the original value, and then the second value that I pass in as the current value. And since my transformation on a field is requiring at minimum a current value, but I want to also provide what the original value was throughout the whole entire transformation chain. So because it's a record, like let's just follow an field transformation. Result is the starting transformation object, transformation result object, when we're doing the list of transforms. So calculate, interpolate. So this entire thing is one field transformation with 2 value transformations. The original in value is going to be whatever the current value of that field is as a transformation result, which is going to be a transformation.success, this value, comma, this value. the first iteration through the list of value transformations, which is the calculate transformation, is going to transform the current result so that we get a new value, but we keep the same original value. Same thing with the next one. We'll keep the same original value and get a new current value. So it's just an easy way for me to new up a new transformation result. I could have just as easily created a constructor on this. Oh, I guess I could use a single constructor with string original value string new value or current value. But I didn't know if I wanted to have anything extra for a success result. So if I wanted to, I could clear out any error messages for an existing result. Oh, right. So it's serving the purpose of a result type and a DTO for input output at the same time, I guess. Is that how you're viewing it? Is most likely is the answer. Thank you, Big Amy. It's a trap. I mean, if this is a new object, then even if that's null, then that's okay. So it is essentially the same as calling. Oh, I didn't know that I could just provide one string. It's essentially just doing this. So if this is bad practice, if this is a code smell, we can clean it up. Like if it's hurting you, especially to watch and see that there, I can get rid of it everywhere. But I was thinking that I'm keeping the success message because I want to have a trace on it to say, okay, this is being generated from scratch, etc. Yeah, I can do that. It just made for a bit of a confusing read, passing transformation.result in, that's all. And now I have to go for a meeting. Don't listen to me. I don't know what I'm talking about. You do. You do know what you're talking about. Value transformation base. And again, if you haven't checked out a TBD Gamer stream, I definitely recommend his channel. He does a lot of really cool stuff. He works with really cool technologies like I think he's using, well, I know he's using Docker. Can't remember if he was using Kubernetes or not. I just remember hearing something about getting rid of clusters and stuff. But yeah, tons and tons of really cool technologies. during his development of the project I mentioned above. Okay. Is this logic making sense? We are transforming all of the fields individually, all of the field transformations. Then we are... Did you? It looks like you're up. It just probably lagged a little bit for whatever reason. It could be that the context window is full and I need to clear it. It likes to keep me waiting. I think it only has like a 30,000 or 40,000 token context window, which is a lot, but it's also going to slow down the closer it gets to that limit. Ah, oh, so close. Okay, then we're going to do the same thing that we do in interpolation. Okay, I could say which operation, but I'm just gonna get it done. Get her done. Automated realms. Clear history. It really is struggling with that. Wow. I ran into an issue. I'm sorry. You missed the target. That was your last try. You're just trying to crash my stuff, aren't you? I want to get this done. I want to get this done. So we're applying the interpolation using the combined fields rule. You are now async, so you're going to have to be awaited. However, that means that all of that chain is going to need to become async as well, which means the base class needs to turn that into a task, and fantastic times. Okay, return result value. Oh, return result with value equals our new result value. Okay, so I think we have implemented the combined fields method the way that it should be, which is we have a whole bunch of field transformations as well as a string array, a JSON serialized string array in the value for our transformation result. But now we need to fix the method stubs. As there is no synchronous apply for combined fields. I could do a turn it into synchronous. Yeah, it's broken. Let me do that first, because it's gonna keep distracting me if I don't take care of it. It actually crashed, is what happened. Okay, back up and running. Let me load the model. Let me load the model first. Okay, model is loaded. There we go. Which also probably means our tree needs to be refreshed. Cool, good to go. Okay, you need to be turned into a task of. Which means that you need to be turned into a task of. Okay, stop the app, rebuild, find all the places that turning this into a task now causes an error, which are you, because you now need to be a task of, and you can be task from result, and you can be task from result. Like so. Another dad joke. How do hens stay fit? They always exercise. Great one, crappy bot. I mean, again, that bot is amazing. It does really good at weeding out messages that I don't want. But the other bot is better at saying jokes. I've just written a song about a tortilla. Well, it's more of a rap, really. See? See what I mean? Best jokes ever. Thank you, Duke. Dukabot. Okay, who else? No, but here. You there? Same deal. You become task of. And this is kind of annoying because, like, the majority of my value transformations can be done synchronously. I don't know what I'm doing with these angle brackets. Pasta. Okay. Who else? You dare. Become a task up. You become a task.return. I mean task.from result is what I said. And basta. ¿Quién más? Usted. And then all of my testices need to be updated for my value transformations. Substring should be the last one, or so we hope. Pasta, pasta, pasta. Oh man, oh man. Push that button. Safe. Okay, so these should be my good. await, which you guys are no longer tasked from results. Cool. Do I have a cancellation token? Oh, do I? CT. So we're gonna pull the cancellation token up to the. I'm not doing that now. Man, I really just need to get this done. You're good. You are void. Rim shot. Who is referencing you? Oh, you don't need to return anything at all. Oh, I'm getting quieter because I'm trying to get this done. If you have any questions about what it is that I'm doing, please feel free to ask. Because I'm starting to question what I'm doing. And maybe I'm falling into a small, slight slump of energy. Yeah, that was right. Await, task when any, make you sync. All right. What time is it? What day is it? Awesome. Got plenty of time to get this figured out, get these things refactored and cleaned up. Result up here is going to be, yeah, so all of my, these are going to be async tasks now, and all of my result equals operations are going to be await. And that cleans up all of those except for you, because you don't have an await. And you don't have an await. Yeah, and this is the thing where if I did this the way that I wanted to, it really was supposed to be a chain of, you do this calculation, it gives you a transformation result back, dot next operation gives you a transformation result back. But I didn't structure it that way in the end. I'm sure we'll be able to figure it out though. Okay. Good to go for calculate. Now, you. Are going to be async task, and the await goes inside, please. Wait. Parentheses. Put value. Cool. Who else? Everyone else. the mapping rule is fine. The mapping rule, it's all of the operations that are not fine. Here we go. So all of you become an async task. All of the result equals operation becomes await. And then you and you get to await. And you also, you are an async task. Perfect. Next. Map operation. Start with you because you're closest. Wait. Change all of you to async task. And change you, and you to await. Yeah, and the other thing would be having the apply take the task of the previous operation as well. That would be so cool. So like function of transform operation comma task, or function of that task of transform operation. You is task. Wait. And you. Wait. Oh, wait. Substring should be the last one. Q async task. Wait. And that's all that we had there. Interesting. Okay, rebuild. Looks like there's still a couple of places left, and you are not a task. Task of. And we will wait. Okay, that should make more. Async task on initialized async. Oh, wait. And who else? Rebuild. Current transform is a task currently. No. We can't. You can't do this. Okay, so the issue in this case is I am now in the UI, and this is HTML mixed with C# if you haven't seen Razor syntax before. Within the UI code for controlling how it displays, to my knowledge, you cannot use await. Oh, just to get the error to go away, we're going to do this synchronously. This is not a very safe way to do to handle tasks, but we're essentially just turning it into an async function, or a synchronous function, by doing dot result. We can rebuild because you should now be up to date. Good. Same thing here, more UI stuff. More UI. All right, that's going to be fun to try to figure out how to replace that, but we're not working on the UI at the moment, so we don't need to think about that. You can be a regular task since this is the last thing. Cool. Rebuild. Copy field is nullable. The apply rule is not nullable. Transfer result with wait, copy field is synchronous. Okay, so result with error message. And do I have one for our mapping rules? Operation. Oh, I don't remember what it says. Mapping rule base dot. Really? I could have sworn that I made a constant here for the error messages for mapping rules. No? Value transformation base then. Mapping. Mapping. Mapping failed message. Good. Okay. Remarks. Nullability doesn't match. Oh, wait. Why is copy rule nullable? You shouldn't be nullable. That's what the issue is. Ops. I'm fine. Okay. Good. No mapping rule failing. Ever. It will never fail. Not a once. Missing. Closing. Rebuild. Okay, no warnings, no errors, other than some that will show up when we are inside of CSS. Okay, so with that, the combined fields operation should work, but the test now needs to be updated because our combined fields operation needs a list of field transforms. So I need to get two fields. This doesn't look right at all. The field Yeah, this is what's going to be difficult. Okay, so I need to get two fields. Var import field 1 equals, and if I recall, we created an extension method on imported import data objects dot get import field, and we just give it an index, I think, or a field name, either an index or a field name. So we'll do index 0 and index 1. Then we're going to create two new field transformations of using those two fields, import field 1, import field 2, and they will each have value transformations. It's going to be the name of the property once I get there. And we need a starting result, which is going to be the system.text.json.json serialize. And what we're going to serialize are the two starting values for the first record in both of those fields. So we need the first row, import row. Oh, yeah, anyway, we'll get there. Give me an import row. And so it is going to be a new string array using import row at field transform 0 dot field dot name. And you're giving me back a string. Good. And same here. Oh my gosh. Which I can do like this just to make it easier to read. Even though it's just not going to be easy to read. A shout out to Science Dreams Belint. He is currently streaming. He's playing Empire of Ants, I believe. Yeah, he got his hands on an early copy apparently, and is doing some really cool stuff on his stream. Pre-release copy. So if you couldn't tell, I am hanging out on his channel as well. Do love lurking. Okay, so you are giving us the string back, right? No, it's giving us an object back. So we're going to do it like this. Oh, okay. I do need to keep track of the two values too. I'm going to do it like this. Value 1, value 2 equals tuple u, comma, u. So then our starting result is going to be a new transformation object, transformation result. And this is where, like, I'm definitely open to critiques on the way that I'm doing the testing, the setting up, the probably way too many items in the setup process itself. I most likely won't be able to take the suggestions right away, but I am interested to know, is there a way that you would do this differently? Right. Right. Okay, and I see why I made that helper method for myself. As far as being able to create a new transformation result object so that I wouldn't have to continue rewriting the same value method syntax. I could just instantiate a new value with a transformation result or a new transformation result with transformation result dot success. Or yeah, maybe that's what I'll do instead. Because I do plan on using the dot success, but then I have to write a whole bunch of more overrides. I could write an init essentially, which is doing the same thing that success does, which is initializes a new transformation result with the value, the single value passed in as the original value and the current value, as well as have a version of it where you can pass in either or. Ants and or pants. Okay, but anyway, value is going to be the starting value. I mean the straighting value. Okay, operation number 1. Oh man, because yeah, there's a lot of setup for this one in particular. So this is going to be operation. It's going to be, oh yeah, we can do that down here. That was fine. So var operation is going to be a new combined values operation, combined fields operation with the detail and the list of transforms. Cool. Hint, make BitGamey win or else. I see your enthusiasm. Let's help BitGamey win. No, he said make BitGamey win. And then it tried to slyly admonish you. Let's remember to have fun and enjoy the game. What does that's a weekend trying mean? Again, wait, what? What? That's a good weekend trying again. That's a weekend trying again is a playful way of saying good luck trying again. It's a friendly phrase to encourage someone to keep trying at something. Are you making things up? Is a game really fun without threats though? It okay. It's a thing now. Weekend is a way of telling you good luck trying again. Oh my gosh. Okay. You're going to be a new array of value transformations. The first transformation is going to be a oh gosh, interpolate new interpolate operation. Yeah, there is no way to do a unit test on the combined fields operation since it depends on, well, the one unit test that we could do is when there are no field transformations. If there are no field transformations, then it should return probably the result. Maybe. I don't know. Then another operation after that. Well, yeah, who cares? We're just going to do one interpolation it's going to be an interpolation operation, but one value transformation. Actually, you know what? No interpolation operations, no value transformations on these two. If there are no value transformations, then we get back the original value that we put in. Therefore, our expected result is just going to be whatever our interpolation operation is. Ah. Haha. Let's get rid of some stuff. Var values equals, wait, starting value is just going to be our previous result. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, get rid of all that. Import row we no longer need. Starting value, starting result. Which we're doing here. Okay. Man. All right, let's review, shall we? For our test for the combined fields, we are passing in a whole bunch of combinations that should be successful, and we'll get string arrays as the starting values. The passed in operation detail is just a string literal, or a literal string is what I meant to say. A string literal. And that literal string is interpolated with no placeholders, nothing like that. So we should get back interpolated. The thing that I'm not doing is var import fields equals, yeah. Previous result. Why did you write it like that? System.text.json.json serializer.deserialize. Because apparently I'm not referencing the namespace. I don't know why. I don't have any reason not to. Okay. Values dot select x. Let's do value comma index. Oh, in which case we don't care about this. And so the only thing that this does is it gives us the same number of import fields that we have values for. I guess another thing I could do is create, instead of try to get it from our data, so that, because we don't care about the data itself, we're providing the values from previous interpolation results. So new import record field descriptor. And what are our required fields? Field name. And this will be just field index. And there's another required field. Import data file. And for table. Is there anything that we need on imported data file? No. Data table. For table. New. Anything that we need on a data table? No. Good. Okay. All right. Does that one make sense to me? And anyone else that wants to pay attention? This reduces the amount of things that I'm trying to use sample data for where we aren't even using the data itself. So I'm creating new import record field descriptors from scratch that just have a field name and an empty import data file and a for table, because we aren't testing any of the things that rely on a data row from a data table, nor the import record, nor this field existing in our data that we've imported. This isn't testing any of that. So we're creating 2 of those. Then our field transforms are going to be import fields.select new transformation. Oh, select import field. To list. Okay. Whew. And you're not happy because you are a list of lists. Oops. Okay, almost there. So what we did then is we have our string array of values provided by our inline data for the test. We are initializing import fields and we are initializing field transforms. The field transforms do not have any value transformations on them because we aren't testing that the field transformations themselves, that the value transformations work. We did that elsewhere. I don't know if we have to test that if the value transformations do work first, because like what the combined fields operation is supposed to do is say do all of the field transformations for all of the field transformations provided in this first individually. So all of the field transformations for this one, all of the field transformations for this one, and then combine all of their results using the operation detail. In this case, our operation detail is the word interpolated. It should give us back interpolated. 0 should give us back the original value of the first index with the original value of the second index with the word interpolated at the end. This one has a placeholder that doesn't exist. So, what do you say? Are you going to pass now? Did I write the code correctly? All right, 8-bits, enjoy your lunch. Thank you so much for being here. I think we already did a shout out for you. I hope we did a shout out for you because you deserve it. But here's another one. It's been long enough that we can do another one for you. Check out 8bits' stream working in latest cutting edge Unity technology stuffs, mostly in 2D. Sprite editors, 2D, just 2D stuff while working on his own game. And thank you so much for the subscribe. You know what? I don't even have the YouTube's panel showing. I'll get used to that. So hopefully I haven't. Hopefully Restream is doing its job and having chat from YouTube echo over to Twitch and vice versa. It looks like it is, but doesn't look like I missed any messages is what I'm trying to get at. For anyone that is new to the stream, I have been working on a utility import app where we are trying to import data from an arbitrary Excel workbook, specific sheet from a workbook, to an arbitrary C# class that you decide at design time. I'm sure you could even get it to work at runtime if you're clever enough. Yeah. All right, 8bit says, take care, going to eat lunch, then enjoy a nice pixel art practice run. Enjoy. Okay, we built successfully. That's step 1. And we're gonna run our test, which should have run after, so these fails might be valid. They are valid. Oh wait, never mind. It passed. Awesome. All right, so what that's gonna tell me is we're no longer doing the combined fields rule. So I'm getting rid of that. Since I made no other changes to it, I'm just deleting it, because I know that if I need to get it back, it's in source control without changes and it'll just work. Since I got rid of that, wait, why do you say errors suddenly? It was green a second ago. Since I got rid of that, I don't need the combined rules tests. I'm going to rebuild and figure out what's going on with this red X suddenly. Could have sworn that you were a green check mark. There is no combine. There is no combine. And since there is no combine, then we can do field transformations count. I don't exactly know what I needed that for, but again, this is UI, so not super concerned about the UI stuff at present. And finally, there is no combine fields. There is no combined fields. And that should have been both of those. No errors. And run all tests. Let's find out what's going on with our combined fields operation. The combined fields operation for all three failed. We expected $28.1 interpolated, and instead we got 28. That doesn't. That's. What is this? Right. Okay. So this should be a failing test. No, it shouldn't. This is right. This should have passed. Okay. So if we pass in a regular string, we need a field. Okay, so we still need to do some setup for this one, which is to give back a... We have our previous transform result. We need a value. We need a field transformation is new with a new field new. We need to specify the name, file, and because I'm writing this again, it kind of seems like I should have a way to just ask for a new arbitrary field transform. New data table. So that should be everything. Build succeeded. Running my tests. There. Passing tests. Oh my goodness. So with that, that should be the bulk of the library. Now I know how I am doing the combined fields. We have a test for it. I'm sure there are more tests to write, so we can come up with some if any of you have been paying attention and can think of some. I can write those, but for now, I'm going to try the UI for the field transformation combined fields. Copilot, do the thing. Refactored test. Refactored rules. Introduce combined fields operation and async transformations. Refactored tests. Do the whatever. That does both. But I just want to push. Okay. All right. Good to go. Man. Okay. So I still don't have a clear picture of what the UI would look like. Because if I require the developer who is using the library to make UI such that you have to either pick a field first or you have to choose something that will let you pick multiple fields by using the combine rule so that you pick fields later. I think that that's going to be a pain to try to figure out how to create your own UI around without using the library. So the approach that I would still use is to not start with the field. Right? Because no matter what I do, we have to start with a field. Unless we're going to do a combine rule. Well, I'm going to start with the UI for the combine rule. Let's just do that. Because I can think about that. I have a slight picture of what that can look like. Oh yes, I had it minimized because we were done with UI. I'm done with it. I don't want to do it anymore. No, I'm kidding. I don't mind it. You're called the value configuration, the rule detail, and the rule. Rule details is where we give UI for the given selected operation. And I guess combine would go first since I have these in alphabetical order. Combine fields operation. Pew. Oh, I guess, the thing that I wasn't really paying attention to, but again, if this is just kind of like a quick POC, I don't want to pay too much attention to it anyway, but do my labels, yeah, I didn't think so. Since I don't have IDs on these, my labels aren't really connected to the thing. So I'm going to create an ID really fast since that's not super hard to do. Somebody gave me something else. Oh, I do have an ID. Somebody gave me something else that was an easy way to do this, but I don't remember what it was. But anyway, all of my inputs are going to get an ID that at minimum has the name of the input type and the ID. And all of my labels are at minimum going to have for at ID. Oops. Underscore ID. So helpful. Okay. So for the majority of them, it's just going to be something arbitrary because again, I want to just get this done fairly quickly. This, and this are all going to be input underscore. No, I missed with one. How did I miss? $, pasta. Okay, so input, and then you are start val, and you are maxchar. Okay, and the only reason that I'm doing it this way is so that my labels, when you click on them, they put the cursor into the field that they're into the control that they are associated with. Safe. Back to once. Alrighty, so right now when we choose combine field, it should only have the detail. So this is going to be the interpolation string. Oh my goodness. But there is nothing that is creating the what fields are getting selected for this. So I want it before it. We're going to have some kind of structure that's going to be a tab, I guess, structure. It's not going to fit in this little space that I'm giving it. I really need to figure out why the position fixed is getting stuck inside of this right flyout when I'm intending it to be taking up the entire screen. But anyway, this is going to be some kind of tab control. And you see that I'm using, I think this is the bootstrap class to make an actual tab control, but you're not going to see anything show up because I'm not using any library frameworks, any CSS frameworks. Tabs. Okay. And so essentially there's going to be a tab control, the top tabs that you can click on to switch between which thing you're configuring. That tab control, or the actual tab button itself, I'm picturing there being one for each field that you've selected, and then a plus sign to add a new tab, and a X to remove it inside of here. So like this. I guess we'll take good speed. We're just mocking it out now, but the creation of these buttons is going to be dynamic. It's going to be based off of the number of field mappings that you have created for this rule in specific. So essentially, for each combine fields operation dot field transforms. Field transform, I guess. It's going to create one of these buttons. So it's going to essentially be this. I'm going to comment that out now so that we can see it. The selected tab. Yeah, we're not going to have the on clicks for you for now. Don't know why you're doing at class. Was that something I did? That was a very weird. Why did you? This isn't even in the order that I do this in. Read my code. You should know my style by now. Okay, so we have a button. When you click it, it is going to be a handle tab clicked, and then the field transform that the tab is for. All right, so the main content, oh yeah, and then I need a plus sign. And that's going to get styled different than the rest of the tabs. Ooh. We got this. We're almost there. div tab content for the active tab. And so this is going to be based off of the active field transform. So let's go ahead and start writing that part of it then, since we know that we're wanting that. Let's get a code behind file for you. Oh, you have a code behind file. What am I thinking? This isn't a new file. Actually, do I want to do that? Value transformation rule detail components. Yeah, check out that name. We want the value transformation for the combine rule transfer combine operation transfer just transformation details. Razor.cs. I don't think I want to do this. My initial thought was let's put all of the UI for this thing in its own component so that it doesn't get muddy. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. So I'm gonna leave it there for now. How do messes get made? You just create something and be like, oh, I'll probably get back to that. And then you just leave it and forget it's there. Yeah, I really don't want to add, that's why I don't want to add the transformation list. The active transformation, I guess. It's in here. Private field transformation. Oh man, he's going for gold. He's trying to get all the points. He got it. Oh, so close. Nullable. And this is the active combined field transformation. It's going to start off as null. Then for each of these, oh, we need the callback. Private. Can this be a void? I'm pretty sure this can be a void. Handle transformation. If they're equal, do nothing. Because we don't want to ever not have an active. Oh gosh. Oh dear. I'll have to figure out what to do with that. But it'll be fine. Everything's fine. We're fine. It's fine. Private void handle add field transform clicked. Add combined. Oh man, now you're seeing me jump around a bit because I'm not really thinking. Well, yeah, I guess I'll say it that way. I'm really not trying to think too hard about it. I'm just trying to do and see if we can get to where I'm wanting to. And if it turns out to be ugly, then it's ugly, and that's all you get. So if value transformation, which is a value transformation rule base, is a combined field operation, then to our list of field, I put to our list of field transforms, we want to add a new field transformation with no field selected at present. Good. Good. Yes. Yes, citizen. Oh man, the other thing that we're going to want to be able to do is reorder the transforms too. Oh, yay. I'm hearing TBD in my head right now, which is a good thing, where I was about to do a guard against if the selected field transform is not in the list of the operations field transform, then we should throw some kind of error or something, say that this is not good. Man, that is so far behind YouTube. I'm gonna pause that because I just took a drink of my water bottle on YouTube and that was like 20 minutes ago. Ooh. Yeah. How's all the videos? You can be written like this. Thank you, Pikami. We are winning. We are indeed winning. Okay. Yes. I will do it like this. So for var I equals 0, I is less than combine fields dot field transforms dot count. I deleted too much. Dot count I plus plus. The reason that I want the index in this case is because if there was no, I thought that I created a, beautiful. The reason that I want the index is because if a field has not been selected for this particular tab, then I just want it to show field and then the index number. Okay, so if string is null or white space, right, oh gosh. Maybe it'll be nullable. I think it's nullable. I hope it's nullable. Do you know if it's nullable? Is it field transform dot field? Are you nullable? It is nullable. Okay, field name. So if the field name is null or white space, or the field itself is null or white space, then we want it to output field. Oh, and then I need to capture the current index, because if you're in a loop in a razor file, then as soon as this outer variable changes, then it's going to change for all instances of the elements that get put out there. So in all cases, I will equal the highest field transforms.count -1. Actually, no, it will be field transforms.count, and then we'll get out of index out of bounds, index out of range issues. So if there is no field selected, is what this is saying, then output field and then the number. Otherwise, output field.transforms.fieldName. Field transform.field.name. Good, good. On click equals handle add combined field clicked. Okay. Content. If active combined field transform is not null, then for now, just so we can see stuff in the UI, to do show field transform options. And this is probably going to be weird. In fact, I know it's going to be weird. But I think I like it. The thing that's going on in my head on how I'm going to implement this. But for now, let's just take a look in a book. Reading Rainbow. It's not going to look like a tab control. It's not going to look like tabs. But that's fine. We can still see it do something. I'm going to need to take another break here in a few minutes. But we'll go until 13:30 my time, which is in about 45 minutes. Speaking of, everyone else's streaming times is back to normal for us in the US because, no, I clicked on a different window and made it my active window. That's why. Because the US finally did fall back. Daylight savings process thing. Which means that Irish John Games will be starting in 12 minutes. And Setalix has already been going, but he's on my schedule too anyway. And who else? Code Red Games. Valent is still going. Oh, so many cool people to watch. Fall forward and spring back. It's kind of like how you do trust falls, right? I wasn't expecting you to fall forward. Okay. Moving on. Here's our content. Here's our table. And again, the only way that we can get into this currently is by selecting a field and going into edit, which is fine by me for now. So here's our combined fields. This plus sign here is the plus sign for adding a new field. I'll style it as a tab here shortly, but when I click it, you can see that now field 0 is, oh, and then I'll have to style active tab and everything like that. Which, by the way, I'm going to do here another piece of logic, which is we're going to add new. So var new field transform equals new field transformation. This is going to be new field transform. If this is null, then set the active tab to new field transform. Aha, and this is going to tell me to use active tab question mark equals. So much cleaner, so much easier to read. I don't think we need this. Maybe. We'll find out. I don't think we need that though. Make sure that we are circuit failed. So I'm going to restart the app. And by Irish John Games is going to be starting his stream at a normal time, there is a pinned message by him saying that he's canceled his stream today. It seems like now that I've started streaming for a little bit longer, Irish John has decided to cancel streams more often. What an upstanding guy, making room for my streams. And how did that end up being my most recently focused browser? Should be this one. Peter says to Mojo, curse you for this. Hope your phone puts you in another time zone. Why, he's good. As a punishment. Okay, select a field, edit, combine, plus. Okay, so I didn't break any of that yet. You can now see that we have the to do, which means that an active one has been selected. I guess I should decide. Does anyone who happens to be listening, and again, I don't expect any of you to be listening, so if you aren't, totally fine. If you are listening but you don't feel like responding, completely okay. I just want to caveat that over and over and over and just let you know that you don't have to, ever. But anyway, does anyone have an opinion on whether or not when we add a new tab, should we switch to the new tab? So I click plus, should the new active transform be the most recent transform that I added? BitGamey votes yes. So this is always going to be the case where, all right, 2 votes for yes. This is always going to be the case where we are setting the new transform, the new item that we're adding to the tabs as the active. That said, in order to see that that is actually happening, we're going to tell this thing which index we're at for field. And the easiest way to do that is to say combine fields operation dot field transforms dot index of the active combine field transform. Okay, so field 2 is our current active, field 1 is our current active, field 0, I add a new one, field 3 is our current active. Done. Really, really, really wish that I could figure out why this isn't taking up the whole screen. Doesn't matter. Moving on. So for each of the fields, like I said, I want a minus, a remove. So what that tells me is that I don't want the tab itself to be a button necessarily, because I'm going to have a minus button nested inside of it. I would prefer it to be a span with 2 buttons that are display flex, blah, 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 blah. So we'll just do that real quick. Again, not worried too much about the UI, even though I'm like annoyed that this isn't taking up the full screen, so we can't really see the whole thing. I'm trying not to be finicky about what the UI looks like. And hi, Radio Patrick. The programming is going. We are actually making progress. We made a decision on how to do the combine fields thing that I was trying to do all of the testing for. It's no longer a mapping rule, but that means that this UI for how to map columns and stuff is going to change quite a bit in our final product. But right now I'm just trying to get an idea of how it could work. So I wanted my tabs to be a UL. Oh, yeah. My tabs are going to be a UL. And if there are no field transformation, well, no, not even that. There's just always going to be this one at the end. Excuse me. ULI. But how have you been, Radio Patrick? How have you been doing? Well, how's the radio site coming? If you have not seen a Radio Patrick stream, you should tune in. Radio Patrick works on a radio station website, the front end stuff, or well, you were doing front end, right? Starting to question. This is why I have the stream informations all somewhere else. I don't have to remember. Radio Patrick. Okay. Diving deep into front end. So yes, some front end. Peter says he replied to you, Mojo. Doing some front end, doing .NET, hooking up an API to the back end is kind of what I remember. Getting the front end to talk to the back end correctly for this radio site. Fuzzy on the specifics. Easy on the cut. My bladder's really, really talking to me, but I just want to see this. I just gotta see this. Okay. LI. Okay, so these are going to be our tab pills. Are they called pills? They're called tab pills, right? Even though they don't look like pills. Tab pill. I mean, they could just be called tabs and tab items. It doesn't really matter. You are not a tab. And instead of being a button for you, you're just going to be an... Oh, I have too many spans. Yeah, let's do it like this. And span like this. Radio Patrick is saying, yeah, it's a bit of a mix of both, .NET backend with a Flutter Dart front end. I'm doing okay. I forget how much you were aware, but I recently had a second job interview for a position in Utah, and they called me back with an offer almost the next day. Congratulations on that. Is it an offer that you are going to accept? That sounds amazing. Yeah, and I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to put the span around the whole thing. No, I'm not. Because this goes outside. Span class equals remove. It's not going to have a class. Yeah, I need to be able to target it. Tab title. And you're going to be a button. I know, weird. Tab move button. I don't know about naming things, man. Just gonna put a minus sign for now. It's at Space Dynamics Laboratory, which is pretty dope. It's a bunch of different sorts of satellite stuffs. Awesome. And Mojo is saying to Peter, my bad on the specifics. I didn't include full context in my message because I got a random work call. Boo. Nobody likes getting work calls. But that is awesome sounding, Radio Patrick. I am happy for you, and it's going to be amazing. That's all I know. I don't know much, but I know it's going to be amazing. As much as it's nice to not be worried about being unemployed, I now have the new stress of moving myself, girlfriend, and pets from Pennsylvania to Utah. At least it's not super duper far away, but yeah. Wait. It's not super duper far away, right? Utah's in the Northeast. I don't know my geography. Nope, it's super duper far away. So for those of you not from the US, you probably know more than me. But anyway, Pennsylvania is over here. I was thinking Ohio. And Utah is way over here. So you're going to be my neighbor, Radio Patrick. I live in this state. You have to drive through the mountains. Are you flying there or driving? Do you know yet? Is when my wife and I moved, we moved from here-ish to here, and we drove. Then we went from here to here, and we drove. Shipped most of our own stuff, except for the big heavy things that we couldn't ship ourselves. Utah sounds like something sticky to do with sheep. Oh my gosh. Radio Patrick, get packing already. Mojo said to Radio Patrick, I moved girlfriend, dogs, etc. from California to North Carolina. You got this. California, North Carolina. Dang. Holy bupkis. Driving, but it's the northeast corner. So I think I can go around, otherwise dodge the mountains. The mountains go all the way. So, yeah. Like, I guess I've never driven through this area, but you're definitely going to have to go through the mountains at some point, through the Rockies. Oh yeah. We got word that we were supposed to get snow today in our area, but I don't think we did yet. I did see that the ground was wet this morning, but I don't think it was snow. We drove almost the entirety of I-40. I almost said I-140. Which no, this is I-70. So that would be, oh my goodness, that's a disgusting looking area. Road wise, I would never want to drive if I lived here. Like, this is what the roads look like around where we live. Straight lines. And I guess Denver, but I never drive into Denver. Well, I try not to drive into Denver. That's what I meant to say. Oh dear. There's a research paper on disorganized cities based on road networks. Charlotte ranked last on their list. But yeah, definitely best of luck to you. I hope you have a safe trip as you are moving. Definitely will send you all of the encouraging energy that I can. And on click. Handle, remove. Find, field transform. Wait. Oh, naming things. Field transform. My dad wrote me. I hope he erased all of his stuff from his phone. Okay, if we're combined operation, then operations.remove the past and field transform. No. We will first, if active combined is operation, we will see if there is another, not operation, what am I thinking, is the field transform. We're going to see if there is another item in the list before, so we will, what will we do? Will we opt to go back? Yeah, we'll opt to go back one. So first we find the index of the current transform. If it's greater than 0, then we go back one. If we have more than 1, then we go to the next one. Otherwise, we set it to null because there are no more. Yes, I like this. Thank you, Copilot. And this could just as easily be a switch. And this can be a switch expression. No, it can't because it... Whatever. We'll leave it as an if. Again, I'm trying too hard. I need to not try too hard. Let's just keep going. All right, once we do that, then we can remove it from the list. That way we don't get any errors with displaying the information in the tab up here. Save that. Do we need a rebuild? We do. Radio Patrick says, I'm going to look at shipping most of the big stuff and then throw clothes and essentials in the car to drive myself. That's what we did. We did more than clothes and essentials. We put as much stuff as we could in the car. At least when we went to Washington. I think maybe we put less when we were going to, coming from Washington to Colorado. But it was still so annoying. I think it was when we were going to Washington. I can't remember which one of the trips it was, but we were having our stuff unloaded. We were using pods, I think, or whatever it's called, and we were having our stuff unloaded, and like the dude that was unloading our stuff kind of held our stuff at ransom. Like they were mostly done with the unpacking of the stuff. No, it wasn't when we used pods. It was when we used a moving truck. We decided to use the pod things where they just dropped it off here and then hire some people to come and unpack it for us because of this experience that we had. But anyway, he was pretty much like holding the remainder of our stuff ransom. He unless we gave him a certain amount of tip. And I was like, I am not going to argue with you because yeah, you are kind of handling a lot of my sensitive stuff. And I don't want you to misplace things or accidentally break things. So yeah, I'll give you a tip. Like right now. Kubernetes containers. We ship using Kubernetes. Oh, come on. I've also learned something about .NET, about hot reload, which is that if I have a source generator on the same project that, or connected to, in the reference chain, connected to a project that I am using for UI, the hot reload breaks a lot. there's a lot of file is in use. There's a lot of circuit has broken, ended stuff, and oh, it's so annoying. Okay, combine, plus sign to add new fields, minus sign to remove fields. We aren't going to know, we aren't going to know whether it is actually removing at the item that I'm deleting or removing from there, but we can assume that it is, because this index is just the index of the item in the list, which if you remove something from the middle, the last index becomes one less kind of thing. But we do see that everything is working. So if we click on 0 and we remove, well, let's put it on 3. If we click on 3 and we remove at 3, we should go to field 2 as our active. And instead it gives us null. And we go to field 2. If we remove field 1, field 2 becomes field 1, and that updates. So if the index is greater than 0, then we set the previous to our active. Which is what would have happened Why didn't that work? That's very, very curious. Okay, so our active, well, let's just do some CSS real quick because it's a lot easier to see what the active field is if we add something like an active class. So we add an active class and we style the active class in such a way. Where are we? View transform details, tab control. Tab pills. Tab pill. And active. Background, color, RGBA 255, 255, 255.1. Do the thing. There. Okay, it applied. Okay, so we can see the active one. If I remove 2, 1 should be active because the index of this should be 2. We see it here, which is greater than 0, and that is the active tab. Oh, I have a 2006 Corolla, so there's really not much space to pack stuff in there. We had, when we traveled these, both times, when we traveled, we had a Hyundai Sonata. So I don't know how that compares to a Corolla, but 2012 Hyundai Sonata. Which is what we would have been driving back, or to Colorado and to Washington. We moved to Washington in 2014 or something. Right, so if the current active field is the one that we're trying to remove, get the index of the one that we're trying to remove. If it's greater than 0, set the active one to the previous. If it's the first one, and there are items, there are field transforms, then set the active to the first index. And finally, if it's 0 and there are no items in our field transforms, then set it to null. but it looks like it is hitting the setting it to null. That's not right. That isn't right. You were supposed to move to field index 1. You're supposed to move to field index 2. Why is it selecting the second one? If index is greater than 0, then set the active one to the current index -1 before removing. That's the important thing. So we're doing this before we are actually removing anything from the list. Then remove the field transformation that we're trying to remove. Nope. I'll get yelled at. I will do a full debug with breakpoints and everything instead of trying to do console write lines. You can do it. I didn't ever take my break. My bladder is really angry at me. You can last for another 15 minutes, can't you? Children, don't try this at home. I am a professional. If your bladder is speaking to you, you should listen to it. Come by. Come by. Okay, bunch of fields. Yes, I do. I talk to all of the individual pieces and parts of my body because they all have their own intelligence, and I send them love, even if it seems like I am ignoring them at times, but I'm not. Okay, so index is 5. Index is greater than 0. So active transform is going to be index -1, which is 4. Is that true though? Yes, index is currently 5. Active is now 4. So if we did operation index of active blah 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 should be 4. It is. Okay. Then we remove the one at 5. And then we re-render starting from 0. And nothing is the active index. I mean the active item. So I didn't need to run status change myself. You saw that it actually did do the thing. It did a re-render. I guess when we get to, yeah, we'll try that again. Aha, there was a thing that I just saw. Okay, if I look at active field, it is not null. So it's not like the thing that we deleted was the field transformation, the reference to this field transformation. Is it possible that these references are not the same anymore after? Ooh, does anyone know the answer to that? After you remove an item from the list, is the it has to be. I know the answer. Is the reference for the remaining items in the list, are those references still the same? So here you can see I'm assigning the reference to this field transform at index -1. That is going to be the same index, or the same reference, object reference here. Quick watch. Not quick watch, pin. Dagnabbit. Pin. Go here. Pause here. Okay. Nope. Actually, you know what? Pause here. So that one was 1, 2, 3, 4. It's true. So you should have said active. 5. Okay. All right. That doesn't make sense though. It almost seems like it needs another re-render in order to get the active class. Yeah, because I'm not seeing the active class on this one. Even though the code is saying that it should have been active. So let's do it. Just get some glass bottles for under your desk. That's what makes that's what the male SNL writers used to do, apparently. Oh, fantastic. It's definitely something to emulate. All right, go away. No, a status change didn't work. Okay, stepping away for a quick bathroom break. Please enjoy. I'll be right back. And when I come back, I'll have the answer to this. Right? You believe me, right? Well, you do believe that I'm coming back at least, right? Or I'm just going to stay on this screen and keep talking. Hope everything comes out okay. All right, Bikini. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It's kind of weird that my stream is about to end. Maybe we'll go for an extra 30 minutes. Who knows? Okay, be right back. I heard that nice shot. You did an excellent job in this archery shooting game as your score of 29 was impressive. Although your highest base score was only 17, your overall score still managed to impress the crowd. I could hear the cheers. The joys of having Bluetooth headphones when you go to the restroom, am I right? Okay. So, this is the answer. So I'm using a mic at the desk, not the ones from the headphones. Although that would be super duper embarrassing. And that's another bottle gone. Oh, whoa. Sorry, Bob. My cube mate. Okay. Here we go. This thing here is telling us that the current index of the active item is -1. But the active combined field is not null. What does that mean? That means that we are getting a different reference. Yeah, exactly. That means that we're getting a different reference. Yeah, why would we be getting a different reference? Yeah, that is absolutely weird. Okay. This is gonna re-render. A couple of times, apparently. Okay. If we remove this, the first time through, this should be index 2 is going to be our active index. Here it is. So this is index 2. We can see down here that combined fields operation dot field transforms dot index of oh, I guess I need to delete it and recreate it. Combined field operations dot field why are you acting like you're not a thing? Index of active combined field transformation. Combined fields operation is not a thing. It's probably not able to do quick or to do a watch inside of but it does know field transform. Why doesn't it know combined fields operation? That's okay. That's okay though. Field transform equals active. Why aren't you giving me IntelliSense then? That's so weird. Yeah, it's telling me that I can't debug, that I can't watch the combined fields operation object, which is very, very odd. Oh no. Peter, what'd you do? Peter. Peter, don't break the game. That's just rude. That's distracting. Therovius. It's okay, we're adding 30 minutes anyway, so I'm not eating up the customer's time. Oh, it's probably a timeout. Services. Fit bot. Stop. Start. The bot will be back momentarily. Please hold. Operators are standing by. Wait, what? Connect with Twitch. Join the channel. And refresh the bot. Hello? So what I think happened there was that it decided to the token for the pub sub Twitch bot portion expired. Shoot. 80 10. I did that wrong. Whatever. Okay, bot's back, archery's back. Okay, so what I think just now happened, what does this button do? Comments. What I think just now happened was that it's starting to re-render again. So I is back at the beginning, and now that I is 2, which is what it was supposed to be back at. Yeah, we're supposed to go back there. The field transform is no longer equal to the active field transform. So there's a second pass of the render where the active combined field transformation reference is no longer equal to the second index, to the one that it was comparing to. So I'm gonna cheat because that's annoying, and we all know we don't like annoying. Instead, we're going to make this be a nullable int. Since we're capturing the index anyway, we're going to do it like this again. So if operation dot index dot field transformations dot and oh my gosh, transformations index of this thing is equal to, what did I spell wrong? Oh, it's just called field transforms. Then we return. Fine. Otherwise, we're going to check to see if or set the index of the active one to the one that we just clicked on. Yes, good. Then down here, since we're adding a new one, we know that we can always set this to operation.fieldtransforms.count -1 to get to the last index. We're going to get back to index here. We're going to say if index is equal to 2, then we're going to say index equals index -1 equals 1 equals null. Okay. And we're just going to compare on cur index for this from now on. And lastly, you are active field index. Did I stop the app? I stopped the app. Okay, that's fine. We're going to do it on that watch, and it's going to work, and it's going to be fine. Everything's going to be wonderful. We're all going to be happy with it. But you can see the point of what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to get a tabular form or a control tabs way of adding, man, this is going to be nested too. I have an idea. So that we don't nest too much, we're going to instead, when we have a combined fields operation, this is going to be a button to open the component that we can configure this in. So this is going to be something more like a button type button on click is going to be open configurator for this specific rule, and it'll be configure. And all of this stuff is going to go into its own component, which we were starting to do anyway. So yes, we are going to end up using that new component that we started creating. So let me get that ready. And that way, if the actual value transform for any of the field mappings or the field transforms that we're going to add to this is another combine, then that'll open up another dialog window on top instead of trying to nest it inside and get smaller and smaller. Move this to the combine operation details component. Okay, for now, we're just going to make sure that this does work. And I am certain it is going to work. No, except when that happens. Let's restart the app. Wait, that shouldn't have happened. That was very odd of you, dear sir or madman. Okay. Lab sample edit. Ooh. I just don't know how a developer would know to set up a UI like this. So we'll figure it out though. Combine fields. Pushing this configure button will now open up to the UI that we see down here. But for now it's in line. I'm going to keep adding more. The highlight works for which one is the active index. And when I delete one, we are now at the active index -1. If we're at the very beginning and we delete that one, we stay at the very beginning. If we're at the very end, we go back one. If we have multiples and we're somewhere in the middle, we go. We were supposed to go back one. You should take us to 2. Why isn't it going back? If index is greater than 0, then our new active combined field transformation, so active CFT index. Yeah, because I'm going to remember what CFT stands for. Our active CFT index is going to be the current index of the item -1. And that doesn't get updated anywhere else. And according to our preview, it stayed at 3. It's almost acting like the field transformation is always the last one. Like we are always removing number 4. I can prove that once we do a rebuild. You don't need to be so big. Okay. Bring you out. Select you, edit, combine, plus. If we were at 2 active, then 4 is going to be our next active when we try to remove 2. Or -1. I really don't get that. Removing item at index 2 var new index equals, no, not var new index, console write line delete 2, removing item at 2, active index is now 1. But then it's getting updated to -1 at some point. So where is that happening? How can that be happening if... Oh my gosh. I knew I was going to forget this. I told myself not to forget this. When I'm clicking on handle remove combined field, since it's nested inside of an LI that has an on-click handler, I am also clicking on that field. So I need to tell it on click, stop propagation, so that the click stops at this minus button. Oh my goodness, it would have worked the way that I had it before. Okay, proof. Here's some pudding for you. Did I save? Do you need a rebuild? Okay. 3, if I remove 3, we should go to 2. Oh my goodness. If I'm at 5, we should go to 4. If I'm at 0, we should go to 1. Why? We should not go to 1. If I'm at 0, we stay at 0 unless, okay, so that was a good test. If we are at 0, Okay, then we don't do anything to it, but if we don't have any items, then we set it to null. Otherwise, we don't do anything. Okay, so if I'm at 0 and we have more than 1 items, and we have more than 0 items, then it should stay at 0. It does. We're at 2. If we're at 1, if we're at 0, then we're at null. Why are you still showing that year for a thing? Because because if fields.count before the remove is only 1, then we need to make it null. Wake up. Grab a brush and put on a little makeup. Why'd you leave the keys upon the table? I do need to set it when it's not deleting the active. I need to set it when it's not deleting the active one. Okay, and we only need to do that if the item index that we're deleting is before the active index. Yes. 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 Exactly that. Okay, so if we're removing an item after, we keep the active index the same. If we're removing an item before, we reduce the active index by 1. Perfect. Beautiful. Fantastic. Okay, so that works the way we want. The to-do show field transformation details stuff we will do here very shortly. Yeah, this is going to say configure field. I'm going to do a mini commit after I do this. Our next step, since I did say we're going to go until 1400 my time, which is in 12 minutes, is to see if we can move this UI into its own component that I have already started to prepare. Yeah, that's it. Which we're going to be able to do hopefully very simply and within that 12 minutes. But I really want to keep on working on this, and I've said this before, I've said this many times, but doing it on stream, I get so much motivation from you guys, even if it's just because you're here and not participating and just hanging about. But I just feel super duper motivated while you are around. So thank you, is what I always try to say. We added UI for combined fields operation. Yeah, that's what we did so far. We're going to refactor this, so I'm leaving it as a local commit. You motivate me, Big Gamey. You are an amazing human being. There's a moth in my window. That's going to be distracting. Okay, so this is going to be our combined, this thing, but we don't need the whole namespace. I'm just using. And in here, have some UI. Good for you. And so this thing is actually going to end up being a dialogue itself. So I need to wrap it in a dialogue component. You know what? I wonder if my current value transformation detail value configuration, it's a modal. I was going to say, is it a flyout? And that's why it's not taking up the whole screen. But yeah. And now that I think of it, it's to my benefit that while the configure output is showing, I can still interact with the table on the left, the one that we're importing, so that I could preview the values myself. But that is kind of what this is supposed to be for. But at the same time, what if you don't know what field it is that you're trying to manipulate yet? And why are you failing? The number of values does not match the number of field mappings. Right. Right, because when I am applying this, I need to get all of the transformation results for all of the fields. And since there are no fields, but we do have one field transform, it's okay. It's okay, we'll fix that. So yes, we're going to do the combined transformations, but the things, I'll leave you here. Normally I would pull that over to the side so that I can copy over some of the properties that are needed. But the things that we need are this combined fields operation, which we need to specify as a parameter. Let's go down here, please. Clean up. Clean up on all -2. Parameter editor required. Combine fields operation. Transformation. Combine fields operation. You will be the one keeping track of your internal private int active CFT index. And then we need those handlers for clicking on the things. I was going to say clicking on but I decided not to. I hope that doesn't offend anyone that I decided not to use foul language. Okay, we can do you, and you. Pasta. There's all of our handlers, which ended up being outside of the class because I thought that I was at the bottom of a method, not the class. Oops. So our UI is now moved over. Combined fields operation. Why are you acting like you're nullable? You should not be nullable. We know that this will always be a combined fields operation now, so we don't need to cast anything. Pattern match cast. That goes away. That goes away. And everything that is now lowercase operation becomes capital combined fields operation. Passed in parameter. And that's everything. So we now need to, you need a comment because comments are turned on. Right. And the other thing that we're going to see is that I need a nested configure values. I'm going to need a nested one of these configure transform rules. And that's going to be what the odd thing was that I was talking about earlier, is that this component is the parent component of its parent component. And so we have all of these crazy inverted family tree thing. You'd think this was a I can't think of her name now. Some author. Point is, we're done. We did the thing that I said we were going to do. Let's just see if the functionality is still there, that it's not broken. It looks the same. Did I actually stop you in order to do this? I did not. So hot reload should have worked. And it kind of looks like it is there. However, no, it should be there. That should have worked. That should have worked. So we're going to stop and restart. But the other thing that I forgot about is that we have some CSS that we needed to bring with us into this component. So Shift F2, combine operation. Oh, I don't know what it's called. Can I at least see the class? I'm going to rename all of it. This is a bad idea. Combine fields operation detail. Settle. Let me rename. Oh my goodness, I really don't like it when it does this. Combine fields operation details instead. That means that you, dear file, are going to be combine fields operation details. And when I'm finished with this, I'll most likely end up doing this for the rest of the transformation operations anyway. That way I can have them unit testable essentially. And maybe we'll do some B unit testing on this library if we're brave enough. Okay, so that updates that. Now I need I didn't even copy it in here, which is bad because I just overwrote my clipboard that I had the CSS in, but that's fine. Everything's fine. It's always fine. I don't ever test, I just break. Same fresh meat, same. Hi, welcome, and I hope you're having a fantastic Monday day. Well, okay. Then finally I need this to compile so that we get some CSS. That's going to do a root edit, and that's going to break stuff. It's going, yeah. I would like for it to keep going, yeah. I'm still going, and I said that I was going to end on the hour, but I just want to see this work. We're going to see this work. I'm sorry, why do I have, oh, yeah. I was gonna say, why do I have warnings? I got rid of all of my warnings. Warnings not allowed. Keep your code clean from the start and you will never have dirty code, right? No, what are you doing? Where are you crashing? No crashing. Why? Hawaii 5-0. Told you, it keeps doing this circuits not working, not communicating thing since I have. Oh, yeah. Right. It's like I still have a warning, but that's because that is no longer used. And I have to fix all that. Come over here, please. Shorter. Tap corner. No. There was an error. Applying batch 2. Does anyone know how to read these exceptions? Because I've never understood them. It almost seems like I'm having an issue with my rendering. Like there's a UI render, I typed something incorrectly and that's what's giving the error, but it's not clear on that at all. Let's get rid of this active index not being used warning real quick. And I did actually delete the handlers. I did. Get rid of these console write lines because we don't need. Same for you. We don't need the console write lines, which I already got rid of. I'm going to do a build. Just going to have to finish this up tomorrow. I don't pay myself overtime. Let go of the process. There is nothing running. Oh, wait. Yes, there is. Oh, my goodness. I know what I'm doing. All right, Fresh Meat, enjoy the rest of your day, too. I'll be wrapping up soon. You may still see me hanging about in other people's streams for the next hour and a half, but I plan on doing some music stuff, so I won't be listening or too active. Why do you keep opening over here? Oh, because I keep closing the one over here. Obviously. You know, his ponytail goes off to the side all. I'll be lurking everywhere for about 9 more hours. Awesome. Well, thanks for stopping by, though. It was cool seeing you. Okay, so we got a good build. It's running. Combine fields. We have UI. We're adding fields. We're selecting fields. It's updating down here. We're removing fields. It's behaving the way we're expecting it to. Selecting that one. Cool. Okay, so everything is as it should be. And then we remove the last one and we are null. Perfect. So we have successfully refactored combine fields UI into separate component. Okay, so the next thing that I will be doing on this project, which will be tomorrow, and I'll probably end up being mostly done, provided I don't need to add any extra value transformation types, which the ones that I am thinking of are things like some kind of conditional transformation that says if this field says this, then apply this transformation, and now we have this combined fields thing that we can use as a template, I guess, for how we can have another rule set for if this, then apply this rule set, otherwise apply this rule set. Another one would be pad left or pad right string operations, so that maybe it's not that we want to always interpolate with 9 zeros at the beginning, but we want to do a pad left up to a total of 9 characters, but make sure that there are zeros, leading zeros. That can also be done with an interpolate with 1,000 zeros and substring after it of give me the right 9 characters. So we could still do a pad left and pad right using the things that we do have, but it would just be easier if we had a pad left and pad right. Another one was trim, but that could also be done with regex currently, where we want to extract all non-space character. Well, anything that is starting from a single non-space character to the end. Yeah, makes sense, right? So we could do that if we needed, because I do need to put this into the actual application very soon. But that's good. That's where we're at. I'm going to this screen. Thank you all so very, very, very much. I am saying that my next stream is going to be. Why does this say each weekday though? How did I end up? Has this been like this for a while? I'm still streaming Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, starting around 10:30, but I think I'm starting more often around 9:30 my time because I happen to be done with exercise and with my shower by then. But there might be days when I will just start at 10:30 my time. UTC -6 if you're interested in what that is for you. There's some calendar math. Once I end the stream, it should post to YouTube pretty immediately. Because I was also streaming to YouTube. Hopefully there isn't anything that I need to do to update the title and the description and all that stuff. Although I do want to update the description because I said what we might be doing and now I need to put what we actually did do. Schedule. I don't have schedule, but schedule would be https:/twitch.tv/11lion/schedule. Is this a thing? Schedule? That does not look like enough letters. Yes. So this is what it's going to respond with. I'll go ahead and make a bot command entry for schedule. I try to keep that up to date. So if I'm going to miss a stream, I will skip that stream on the schedule. Okay, but that's it for me for now. I'm going to start the waving. I'm going to start a raid. We're going to head over to a very, very talented game developer that I just love his game. I'm really looking forward to the release of the prequel. And by now you should know that I'm talking about Simple Game Dev, who is making simple_game dev, who's making a really, really amazing looking game. He does most of his asset creation inside of Unity. He did some Blender stuff, but when you see the actual graphics and stuff, you'll be like, this is all done in Blender and Unity. And yes, it is. But it's a Portal-like game for his main entry called Artificial. And then his prequel to that game is going to be the teaser that he's putting out on Steam for free as like a teaser, gets you to play that game and be like, ooh, I want to play the main game when that comes out. But he is looking for 10,000 likes, 10,000 wish lists before releasing it. I haven't really been listening into his streams and he hasn't been streaming as often lately, so I don't know where he actually is at with that. But anyway, I can't say enough good things about Simple Game Dev. He's a really cool guy, really talented, love the aesthetic of his game, and the overall play of his game is just really cool. Okay, ciao for now. See you on Wednesday. Thanks, Rich.